Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be in time and space. Kenny is here. Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. A whole lot of stuff to practice today. That is a huge list. So I'm learning about time stamping, and it won't be available right at the moment as I'm doing the live stream. But now I'm learning about adding in stream markers and time stamping. So people watching the replay will be able to look in the description and click on a timestamp and move ahead to specific parts in the training. So every time we move on, I'll put a little stream marker in there. And then when the live stream is over, go back in there, put all the timestamps in for every one of these training things and create chapter titles. I'm trying to get those to work still. I haven't really been successful, but the timestamping is working. So started messing around with that last night. All right, well, I was hoping Paul was going to be in here to join me, but that is okay. We might as well get right to it. I need to get another screen open, you know. I thought I was fully prepared, and then I just realized the very first thing is the thing I forgot. But it's okay. Won't take but a moment. We're going to start with METARs. Now, Microsoft Flight Simulator has ATIS. That's your automated weather system. But when you're in the air sometime and there's not an airport around with an ATIS, what do you do? Well, everybody's got phones and tablets in the cockpit now, and you can pull up METARs. Let's see if you can see that now. There you go. Somehow or another, that was supposed to center, and it did not. Okay, aviationweather.gov, METAR. Alright, you need to find yourself a screen that looks kind of like this. If it doesn't pop up, you might want to go to Observations, METARs. You might also get a screen that looks like that, Regional METAR plots. Click on your state. If the screen is in white, you're kind of a different one, but the information is basically still the same. Okay, this is Colorado at the moment. Here's a little legend at the bottom that tells you about what the little indicators mean. Easiest way to think about this, the direction that the arrow is pointing is the direction the wind is blowing. So if we zoom down on here to an airport, and you see this little pin sticking out from Coco, the direction that the flag is pointing is the direction the wind is blowing. And then the more, I guess you'd call them like feathers or lines at the end of the arrow, the more lines there are, the more severe the weather is. And if they're red, it's usually like gusts or severe weather. So in a nutshell, and when you click on these, it pulls up the METAR for that area, the time, the temperature, the dew point, altimeter, visibility, max cloud coverage, cloud layers, winds, flight category. Let me go up in here and see if I can add the scene METAR. One moment. Again, should have thought this through a little bit better. Okay. And now I can put a tag on this. And that way, Kind of got like a chapter descriptor. All right, so why do you need this? Well, one, if you're flying through the air and there's no ATIS available and you've got your pad or tablet in the cockpit, you can pull up the altimeter, and you always want to make sure that your altimeter is set correctly. All right, you do want to know what's going on with the weather and the winds. Certain places don't have air traffic control. They're not going to give you an ATIS. They're not going to tell you the altimeter. They're not going to give you any wind information. You need to make sure that you're landing into the wind. Already, just looking at that would be dangerous to me. I see a flag with 2 bars, and one of them's got red at the end. And if I land wrong and land with the wind instead of into the wind, I could probably tip over and kill us all. And you might do the same to yourself. So knowing the wind direction is really important. Okay, so let me zoom back out here. I'm using the wrong controls. I'm trying to use my mouse wheel. Let me use the minus key up here in the corner. So when you are, this is what they say. I'm not a professional pilot. I'm thinking about going to get flight lessons. But right now I'm trying to learn everything I could possibly learn on YouTube. Everything there is to know about what to expect when going to a flight school. What they're going to expect of you, and where you're going to pay through the nose to get get licenses for. This is part of it. They want you to study this and open it up every day. Look at that one. That's a mess. Especially in your local area, and when you're creating flight plans, they're going to have you incorporate all of this data into your flight plans, so you have to know it. All right. One of the training things that they will tell you is before you do your first several, or before you do your flight plans, you're supposed to analyze the weather in the area along the flight path that you're going to take 7 days before flying. Every day, you're supposed to look at the weather at the times 7 days before you fly at the winds. And think about your flight plan. Now, which is really crazy to me because the winds shift a lot. But what you do notice after time when you start looking at these every day and pull them up, just do it. Glance at it, even if you just glance at it and then shut it down. You will start to notice regular wind patterns in your area. And that will help you realize and decide certain flight plans that as you start learning to fly around your home base, your home airport, and your state. You'll start, again, learning the regular weather patterns, and you'll start becoming an expert on the winds in your area and how to use those to your advantage when flight planning, getting in and around your state and away from when you start doing cross countries. When you're in the Boeing, when you're in the Airbus, you really don't. Air traffic control gives you your information. But you should still pay attention to it. So don't forget the wind and the weather, and that's what METARs are. So again, aviationweather.gov METAR. I would watch videos on reading these, learning how to read them. Okay, so there is METARs in a nutshell. The next thing on the list here. Oh, that's new flight stuff that I'm doing. That playlist is now available, by the way. I forgot it was locked down on private. I'm trying to create a game to make failures and emergencies exciting, and then get some celebrities on the show. These are all demos at the moment. Okay, where's our lesson? I need to move this to the top. Great. Okay, world map filters. Let me open a Microsoft Flight Simulator. Close the METAR window. I've already forgot to put my first 2 markers in. There's a lot to do, a lot to think about with this stuff. So put a stream marker in. That was the end of METAR. And now we're moving on to filters. If you have any questions, please shout them out. I'll do my best to answer them. Hello, and thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate it. I hope I can help answer some questions today. I am a serious sim enthusiast. Serious. I'm trying to learn everything I possibly could and can before going to dump money or even think about doing flight school for real. Okay, at the bottom of your screen here, let me get rid of some of these other things. The date, it's got to go. And the activity's got to go. Now at the bottom of your screen here, it says open filters. Okay. So these are filters that can help you, like weather layers, if it's working. You can see clouds or the precipitation maps. Not a whole lot of precipitation going on. The wind effect at the ground level, at low level, and at high level. I'm not sure. I don't think I have live weather on then. Yours is going to look a lot different if you have live weather on. The ones I'm really concerned with, anyway, let me just quickly go through these. Friends, third-party content, airports, hard surface runways, grass runways, snowy runways, dirt runways, landmarks, cities, fauna, airspace. The ones I'm concerned with are these last three. They're usually off by default. Airspaces, nav aids, fix an RNAV position report. I think it's a good idea to have all these on. Turn the wind layer off. Okay. So as we start zooming down in now, you can start seeing the airspaces, and you're going to see all these dots everywhere. And those are waypoint positions. Go ahead and close your filter box. You see all these white dots everywhere. Those are what pilots use to plot with. So when you're creating a flight plan, those are all spots you can use to navigate to and from. When you start looking at charts, those are going to be all positions on airline charts. So as you're moving around different airports and looking at different maps, and we'll get to the maps here in a minute. So it may not be as accurate as some maps, but all of these waypoints exist on aviation charts. It's a little hard to read some of these until you get down on them. And that is the reason why people are using tools like Skyvector to create flight plans with, or SimBrief, because they haven't totally made this so amazingly... It's still amazingly awesome. Don't get me wrong. This is a historic achievement in what they're creating here. But it's still sometimes not as friendly. And people still want to know how to do things differently and use professional charts. But whether you're building it in here or out there, the ideas are the same. All these points. All right. Let's look at these. Anything that's a triangle with 5 letters is a waypoint. Some of these around airports look like little stars and diamonds, okay? But they still have 5 letters. They're still a waypoint, but they're specifically usually like GPS points, and you're going to find these around airports because they're kind of like transition points. You got to kind of think about street maps. Like highways and roads and off-ramps and on-ramps. All right. So these would be kind of like transition points, on-ramps and off-ramps points around airports. Triangles are just generic waypoints out on the world map. The yellow lines are indicating airspaces. You're still going to need to refer to like Skyvector for, the precise information on airspaces. And I would definitely watch some video on airspaces. And then I was looking for VORs here on the map. Everything is it's very tough to read. All right. Anyway, if you want, what I want to do now is show you Skyvector and show you what a real chart looks like. All right, this is Skyvector. It's a free website, and you've got different maps here. The World VFR, which means Visual Flight Rules. You use these maps when you're just beginning. You're a newbie student pilot like me, and you work your way up to instruments later. But right now, these maps, these visual flight maps, they look confusing. Once you start being able to read them, you'll understand. It'll all make sense. But what they do is mostly show you things that are on the ground, like roads and streams and landmarks and obstructions. Things for you to plot flight plans with using ground references. And they show you airspaces. These magenta rings. Any of these rings are around airports and boxes. Restricted airspaces or airspaces. Sometimes there's different color codings on these to indicate, what type of airport they are and the rules around them. So like that one's got some heavy lines around it. All right, now those waypoints I was talking about and why we turn them on in the filters. You have some waypoints out here on the Visual Flight Rules maps. Some. Not a whole lot. Okay. The blue lines here represent they're highways. All right. The solid blue lines, they're kind of baby blue. Those represent highways in the skies. And they all originate from radio stations, aeronautical radio stations. They can look like that. They can look like that. They usually almost always have a compass around them and a box indicating the frequency nearby. All these rings represent the airspace for the Denver airport. Again, solid blue lines are highway lines. And usually where these points intersect, these highway lines, you'll get a waypoint right here, silver. It doesn't have a little triangle on it because this is a Visual Flight Rules map. Okay, now try to imagine keeping the air traffic in the air organized on layers, on different levels. So from the ground up, this is the map that they use. The next layer is called the World Low Maps, and it looks like that. Don't let it confuse you. The solid lines are just highway lines, published highway lines that originate from radio sources, and the triangles are just waypoints. It's just like a street map. The little triangles, what might be like, sometimes they're at intersections. Sometimes they're at intersections. Sometimes the waypoints are right in the middle of a highway, like a mile marker, But that's all we're looking at is points, waypoints, and highways. And the little black boxes or blue boxes, anything with like a V160 or a T, some are in black and some are in blue. The ones in black are ground-based radio station highways. Ones in blues, which you really don't see too much on this map. There's one. Those are GPS-generated highways. Yeah, here's a GPS-generated highway. And the blue waypoint, there's one of those transition points I was talking about. GPS-generated. Again, all these highway lines originate from radio sources, usually with a compass around them and a box with the frequency information. Now, one of the nice things about learning all of this is you learn all this for Cessna flying, and it all transfers up to flying an Airbus. All the same information. If you learn one plane really good, like the Cessna, your trainer, all this information that you learn will transfer up to this Airbus that we're going to fly. Those filters. Now I need to change that to maps. And put another stream marker in. Should have done that earlier. I got to remember to do this. It's new and foreign, but I'll figure it out and get it all straightened up so it's nice and easy to reference all the training in this. Okay. So this is the world low map, and then this is the world high map. You're going to see a lot more blue lines, a lot more GPS-driven highways. Now, world low and world high are for instrument flying. So the three maps that we really use or need to pay attention to here are the world VFR, world low, and world high. And those are the three that Microsoft Flight Simulator uses. World VFR, world low, world high. All those little points, when I turn on all the filters, and you got all those little white dots appearing on your map, those are these. Those are the waypoints now. Okay, you're just not seeing any of the highway lines at the moment. But if you're going to plot a flight plan, and you're going to, you're going to be using those waypoints to plot your flight. Usually, not a whole lot of things are going to be like direct to, just flying GPS straight. That could change, I don't know, but usually you get your flight plans and you, like for example, right now, this flight plan is a straight line between two airports, Kden and Dickinson, right? And that's just a straight line. It's not snapped to anything. So, a flight plan might go something like this. When you take off from Denver, you might go north first on this J13 highway up to this radio source, right? So we snap to that radio source right there and make that part of our flight plan. So now we're following a highway. And from here at this radio source, we can turn and follow this highway, the J13. And we can follow that all the way out to this radio source at that end of the flight plan. Alright, to go north, let's follow this one, the J170, up to that radio source. This is where it gets tricky, because now we'd have to make a left or a right turn, which is kind of fine, because it looks like either way you can choose to go straight or forward, or try to get to another source. Alright, right now I've just been using radio sources. Usually that's what they do, just radio source to radio source, VOR to VOR. But if you want to use waypoints now, there's not a whole lot of waypoints around here. Oh, I'm in the world high. I'm coming down to world low, where I can see more of the waypoints. So if I wanted to snap it to specific waypoints, like I wanted to go to Sheila here. Go to Sheila. Select that. It's a little, the icon is two crossing arrows. Now what if I wanted to jump over here to this waypoint? Let me drag this. Go to that waypoint. Add that in there. And I'm still not done. I don't have to follow the highways. I can hop to waypoints. Alright. There's one of those transition points. I can still use it. So snap to that. Right? So you can use any of these points. You can use waypoints. You can use GPS points. You can use radio sources. And you can use airports to add to your flight plan. Okay. So what you end up getting is something that kind of looks like this. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. I don't have Skyvector open. You You haven't seen any of that. Oh, Lord. Back up all the way to Denver here. Saying your flight plans, they don't... Let me clear all this out. You didn't see any of that. When you first create a flight plan between 2 points in Skyvector or in Microsoft Flight Simulator, it just creates a straight line between the 2 points. Again, in this case, KDEN and KDIC, all right? It's just a straight line. It's not following any waypoints or highways. So when you create any flight plan, that's exactly what it looks like, whether you're in the Garmin or in the MCDU in the Airbus. All right, and you want to start snapping it. We'll get to the SIDS and stars in a minute. But basically, in a nutshell, there's a waypoint right there. Triangles, represented by the crossing arrows in Skyvector. And you click plan. All right. So we've just set it to that waypoint. And that appears in our flight plan now. Setup. All waypoints are 5 letters. All radio stations are 3. So that's a radio station right there. It's got a compass around it. Select the radio station icon from Skyvector and plan that. Now that shows up in here. It says SEDUC to the V6. It says SEDUC, and then it says V611, meaning that we're on the Victor 611 highway, and then we're going to GLL. All right. Now the next waypoint, you don't have to add every waypoint on the line, but I'm doing this for demonstration purposes. There's another waypoint along the way, Ames. So I can select that. Hit the Ames icon. Now that's added to the flight plan. The next waypoint, now we're on the Victor 89. The next waypoint is Pash. Just click that. It says up in here now that we're on the Victor 89. There's Hammer. All right. If I wanted to make a turn, you don't have to, let's say I wanted to go on this highway to go north, but I could also turn now, go to this radio station, and now use one of the published highways away out from it. So I could go over to this one and go north and follow that highway, or we can go straight north, or mostly north, and follow it up to this one. So you see what I mean? GPS to GPS is nice and straight, but they're going to want you to know how to create flight plans and know what waypoints are and what Victors are, what highways are. They might not all be Victors. They might be, again, a T. Tango 302. All right. So when you create flight plans, that's what they're going to be looking for. They're going to be looking for this information right here. So they can grab any one of these maps and they can plot where you're going. If you just give them a straight line between airport and airport along your path, they're not going to know where you're at. Okay. So you can do the exact same thing in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Create this kind of flight plan. So let's go back to that. All right. So if you pick a starting airport like you do in Skyvector, you click on the airport and you choose Set as Departure. Okay. And then Dickinson was up here somewhere. There's Casper, Wyoming. Sheridan. Billings. Oh, there's Devil's Tower. Oh, how nice. Or you can type in the airport. So that was the same route we have in Skyvector right there. Denver to Dickinson, Theodore Roosevelt, right? But again, it's a straight line. So now, if I zoom down really far, I can get the names on these points. Oh, nugs. That's perfect. All right. See what I mean? It's harder to see all the names. The names aren't just published, and you don't see the highway routes. That's why people are using Skyvector. But you can do the same thing. All the points are the same. It just takes a while to hunt around and find the ones you're looking for. I could build the same exact flight plan that I just created in Skyvector out here. But let's ignore Skyvector for the moment, and we want to go north. You might want to do the same thing. Just snap your flight plan. You know, in this case, you just click on points and click add, and snap your flight plan to points along this route. So like the next point that you might want to add is that one. You know, you don't have to click every point. You can make it as complex as you want. You can go anywhere you want. You can add, you know, you can click on any point you want and make your flight plan as exciting as you want and create patterns. Okay. Sometimes it doesn't always work right, or it creates a pattern you're not happy with. For whatever reason, if you want to take out a point, just click remove. Sometimes when it's working right, you can click anywhere on the map and just add a point, and it's not really letting me do it today. Okay. So the idea remains the same. All these nav points, that's the reason why we turned on the filters. Because you know, break yourself in the habit of flying just point to point. And then again, if you want to get fancy and build a flight plan in Skyvector using real world maps, you might find it easier. Again, you can still find waypoints using the visual flight rules map. You just need to look really hard. There's only a few major ones out there, which is fine. You need to just kind of limit yourself when you're just starting out to just a few. Okay. So, we've created a... I can snap this to a few more points. Okay, so as I've been doing this, look up here at the top of the screen here. Now it's giving us a printout very much similar to Skyvector. Shows our departure airport, and then it's telling me I'm using the transition. It's got the little diamond. I'm using the Hazlitt transition. I'm going to that waypoint, Jebed, the Griff's waypoint, the Kurt waypoint, Furbu, down to Kadik. And again, I didn't add any VORs in at this point. I can. You can add airports in. So let's say I wanted to go over here first to this airport. You can add that in. You're not landing at it. You're just adding it as a point. All right. Remember, there's all these radio stations around airports and out on the map, like this one over here, BFF. So you can click on radio stations as well and add them in. And if you want to see the whole flight log of what you're putting together, each of the points along the way, here it is again. Kaden, Hazlitt, Jabed, Griffs, Kurt, Furbu, BFF. Then we're in the cruise phase. Then we're into the descent phase. And then there's our arrival airport. So whether you're using a GPS, Garmin GPS, and a Cessna, or going to input this manually into an Airbus or any other plane, we're all using the same thing. Waypoints, VORs, airports. Okay. So that's maps. All right, we're still in maps. Okay, up here, now that you've set and created your flight plan, you still have to set up a departure and an arrival. You don't always have to do this, but we're switching maps now. Over here, you have choices of VFR, Visual Flight Rules, or VOR to VOR, or Instrument Flight Rules, World Low Altitude Airways, World High Altitude Airways. So let's choose Low Altitude Airways, and now it's going to provide us some more boxes up here to set up a departure and an approaches and arrivals. Okay. This is one of the most magnificent things about Microsoft Simulator that new people coming to it won't understand. You won't understand. You might in a minute when I show you all the PDFs you'd have to go through to get this information, which will drive you mad. If there wasn't something like this, well, you're still going to have to learn it at some point, and it's still going to drive you mad. There's a lot of data to go through out there. So when you leave a runway, airports have all these different published ways to get out and away from the airport and facilitate your departure in any direction. Okay? So right now, we're set for runway 26, and when we take off, it's going to immediately go to the flight plan. Well, let's see here. Departures. It's going to this one called Yellow 26. And it's using the Yellow 26 departure to facilitate to connect to my flight plan going north. It's automatically determined that the Yellow 24 would be the best way for me to proceed. Okay? So again, you would have to go through charts and look through all the different charts to determine out of all these which is the best one to use to leave to go north. There's quite a few of them. This is why it's beautiful. Because when you select any one of these, it'll automatically show you what it does. So if I click ROX 15 for all runways, now when I leave the runway, it wants to go south, and it wants to come down here. Then it wants to shoot way out to the west over the mountains, and then it'll connect to the flight plan that I had created. And then it connects. So you see how this route right here facilitates planes that are going west. So if you were going west, if we were heading to California or something, this would be the perfect departure for us to use. Let's look at another one. Pikes. Okay. Pikes, when we take off from the runway, takes us south. Way south. We're down in Colorado Springs. And then at Colorado Springs, it connects to my flight plan. Okay. So you understand that choosing the Pikes 2 departure would facilitate if we were flying south. Okay. That's what these are. These departures are published routes that you can add into your flight plan to help you get into and away from airports using their published routes. So we know now the computer picked yellow for us, and I'm going to use it because when we take off, I want to go north. So perfect. Now the same thing, but when you're arriving, you need to pick a runway that you want. And again, well, this one doesn't have runways. I mean, it doesn't have SIDS and stars. So let me find an airport out here and change our arrival airport to something that does. Bismarck. Let's set that as our arrival. Okay, we're still flying north, so I'm not going to change my departure out of the Springs. Okay, great. Look at all the different runways this has. It has ILS 31 instrument. That's an instrument landing. RNAV, which is a GPS approach. GPS for runway 13. GPS for runway 21. Instrument landing for runway 13. I love the instrument landings. So I'm going to pick 31. Again, I don't know what the weather's going to be like. I'll pick 31, and then when we get there, air traffic control might have a different plan in mind. So now that we've picked our approach, here's all the different... Oh, this one doesn't have arrivals now. Okay, let's try a big one, like an international airport. We'll make that our arrival now. And I'll pick the runway that I want, an ILS. There's 21. Okay. Now, arrivals. So here's the same thing, but in reverse. As you're coming in, these are all the published routes in for the different runways. So there's Torgies for 12 left, Skeeters for 12 left, Bainey for 12 left. Again, the runway numbers next to it. that it's working with. This is for runway 17, 22, runway 30. It's the approaches for the different runways. And again, if you click on one, you can see how they're set up to facilitate flights coming in from different directions as well. So here's the arrival airport. And this EAU 930 really is for facilitating flights coming from the east. You see how it connects over here? Here's the blue line is our flight plan. The yellow line out is theirs. So let's look at a different one. The JEP one. Where did that one go? Okay, so that's not so bad, but it takes us further north than we need to go. Okay, here's Bloom. Okay, Bloom, that's not bad. It's for flights coming from the south, so we were heading that way. We might want to remove this now. Okay, shortens a little bit of time. But you get the idea now that these arrivals... you know what I'm supposed to do up here? Just change this. This is SIDS and stars. And put a little marker. So if you hear people refer to a SID, it's a standard instrument departure. And if they say, what star are you using? That's the standard terminal arrival. So my SID, I'm using yellow 26, and my star is Bloom 3. So that's what the SIDs and stars mean. Now, what I meant by, in the past, you had to look through PDFs to find out, lots of PDFs to find out which is the right one. Okay. Let's go back to Skyvector. So yeah, if let's say you're going to go to flight school, they're going to want to know if you know how to work with these airports and read these charts. We're going to do the same thing we were just doing in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but now find your airport. If you right-click on any green pin on an airport in Skyvector, it pulls up a menu. If you hover over the airport, you get another menu. You'll get the airport diagram, instrument approach procedures. Let me find a big airport like Denver again. So right-click, hover over it, diagram. Here's the instrument approach procedures for all the different runways. If you're using ILS or RNAV, which is GPS, here's all the departure procedures. So SIDS. Here's all the stars, the arrival procedures. So again, they don't tell you which out here they don't tell you which one of these is the best one you need for coming north, south, east, and west. It's really hard to go through every single one of these to figure out which one is the best one. So let's look at some of these. First, let's look at your airport diagram. Typical standard airport diagram. Okay. All the frequencies of importance over here. This usually tells you which direction north is. Okay. At the ends of each runway, if you zoom in, the elevations and the runway numbers. And the gray lines are all the taxis, the taxiways, and their designators. So the B10, that's this gray strip right here. B9, this is the B. B8, B7. We're still on the B. Here's the B4 intersection. B3, B2, runway 25, the elevations, course headings. So when you start at a terminal, air traffic control is going to say things like, all right, taxi to BS, to AA, to G, to Golf, to Bravo 2. So reading that, it'd be like BS to G to AA to G to B2 for runway 25. Fire stations, where the tower is located. Again, the elevations and the numbers for every runway. The runways, the numbers are usually based on the course heading, which helps you keep runway approaches in your head straight, right? So if it's the 26, if this is runway 26, you're flying in at a course heading of 262.7 here. At the other end, which is runway 8, if you're flying in this way, you're flying a course heading of 082.6. Okay. If you're flying the 19 left, actually in this case, sometimes they're a little bit different. This one you're flying 172 degrees. No, I'm reading it wrong. This is 16 left. I'm reading it upside down. That's 16 left, so you're flying in at 172 degrees. Here's 16 right, you're flying in 172 degrees. This end of the runway is 34. You're flying in course heading 352. Okay. Let's go back to Denver and let's look at an approach procedure for an instrument landing. Let me hold on. Let's go back up to our lessons. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Where was I in the lessons? World map, filters, flight planning, Skyvector, and then we were supposed to do SIN brief and then do airport diagrams. Okay. So we're going to come back. And we've already covered maps, VFR, low, high, SIDS, and stars. All right, well, let's finish this up. Then we'll go back to SIM brief. Okay. So let's look at an approach, an ILS or LOCalizer for runway 7. Open the PDF. Let me do this in reverse order, sorry. Before we do the runway procedure, let me show you the approach. That's a departure procedure. Here's an arrival, a star. The LA2. Okay. What we're seeing here is those stars or diamonds. They're all GPS waypoints around an airport that you can use to plot your way in to the runway. On these approach charts, all arrows point in the direction you're going to be flying in towards the runway. So you see all these arrows are pointing this way, coming down from here. So if you're coming from the north, you're going to come in using nitro to milk to est out. If you're coming from the east, you're going to use poder, hop, yeast. Tells you your course heading. There's a hold point right there. And then you're coming down to alley. Okay? Now this doesn't show you the runway. That's another chart. This just shows you your approach. That's why I said it's kind of difficult going through all the PDFs. Okay? I'm coming from the south. So I would not want to use, let's say I'm coming from the south, I would not want to use this arrival. Because this is for flights coming from the north and the northeast. Let's look at another approach. The Clash 3. Let's see here. No, let's go with Larks 2. Yeah, this is a nice mess, isn't it? Okay, it's best to just, again, look at try to make heads or tails of it, follow the black arrows. you know, to try to figure out, make heads or tails. These are all VORs, and it's telling you the VORs you can use and the different waypoints you can use to make your way in towards Denver. And then, geez, this is a tough one. Denver's up here. So if you're flying in from the south, these are all the different VORs you can use and the routes and the waypoints you can use to make your way towards Denver up in here. Okay. Now again, these don't show the airport itself. These just show you the points you can use to get to an airport. And now you need the runway arrival chart. So now let's go back to Denver. And here's the instrument approach for the runways. So here is the runway 7, the instrument landing system approach or LOCalizer for runway 7. The frequency of the LOCalizer on the runway, the name of the LOCalizer, the approach course for the runway is 82 degrees. The touchdown zone for the runway elevation is 5,352 feet. Here's the runway 7. Special information here, simultaneous approach authorized with runway 8 for inoperative, I'm not sure what ALS is at the moment. Here's the type of lighting that they use. Here's your missed approach information. Here's the frequencies in order of importance. Tells you you need to have radar for this approach. The LOCalizer information again on the runway. The VOR information right here. This cone that you see, this is a top-down view. This is a top-down view approach. Follow the black line to the runway. There's the runway at 5,392 feet. The dotted line is what you do in case you miss your runway or have to abort the direction you're going to take and head out. And you're going to use this VOR to go out to one of these points somewhere out here to hold. Okay. The arrow, the cone. You always enter from the big side of the cone. Or the big side of the arrow, however you want to think about this. Better think about it as a cone. Because I'll show you in a minute why you need to think about it like a cone. Alright, and this tells you you're flying in at a course heading of 82 degrees towards the runway. These are the waypoints along the route. And the distance, 14.2 miles. Okay. Here's the Taylor waypoint or intercept point, 7.2 miles. Okay. The circle. What's in the circle? This tells you the lowest you can go safely at 25 miles from the radio sources around the airport. So if you're flying in at 25 miles and you're 25 miles away, you can safely descend to 9,200 feet within 25 miles. Here's missed approach information, again, using the VORs to go out and find your waypoint to get out there. An airport diagram. This is the one I use the most, the side view. So it tells you as you're approaching your cone, it's best to be at 9,000 feet, but not below 9,000. You cannot go below. That's what the line below it means. Do not go below 9,000. If it's above, do not go above or below. So you might see lines going above, there might be a line above 9,000, and in this case, there's a line below 9,000. So again, if there's a line above it, do not go above 9,000 and do not go below 9,000. Okay, tells you need to be on a course heading of 82 degrees and descending down to 7,000 feet. Here's the cone. The gray the gray area. That's why it's a cone. Because you need to be in the middle of the cone at 7,000 feet to turn on your approach on your dash and do your handshake with the ground computer so it takes you down to the ground. Here's the waypoint information at 7.2 miles away. Here's your missed approach information. If you miss the runway, you climb, and you climb up to 5,000. Oh my lord, you're not seeing any of that. I wish Paul was here so he could yell at me in the chat room and tell me I'm screwing up. How far back? How long has this been up? All the way back out to the first approach screens? My lord. I have to do that all over again? That's not a problem. Here's your airport diagram. All right. Turn it so it's facing the right way. I talked about the runways, and the elevation information is at the end of each runway, and the course headings. You'll also see the course headings. So here's 16 right, elevation 503,022, the course heading 176. Here's 16 left, 172 degrees. All the gray lines, your taxi lines, F8, F9, F10, D11, D9, D. Here's the tower. Again, air traffic control might say, all right, taxi to AS, AA to G to Golf. So Alpha Sierra, Alpha Alpha, Golf, Bravo 2 for runway 25. If they tell you, go to Alpha Sierra, what is W? I'm drawing a blank. Whiskey Alpha, Delta 2 for runway 34 left, then you come this way. If they tell you, head out to Hotel Charlie November to Golf to Delta November to Foxtrot 4, that would be here. So again, that's when air traffic control is reading out your taxiway. That's what they're talking about. And that's where you can get the information on this chart. Okay. Then in here, here's all your instrument approach procedures. Those are for the specific runways. Here's your departure procedures. And here's the stars, the arrival procedures. So you need an arrival procedure and then an approach procedure. So arrival is how to get to the airport, and then the approach is information specifically about your landing at the runway. So then I was showing you here. Here is the ILS for LOCalizer runway 07. I was talking about the frequencies up here in the upper corner. Frequency, name of the ILS, the approach course, touchdown zone, the runway, special information, the lighting system, missed approach information, frequencies in order of importance, a repeat of the LOCalizer information down here on the runway, VOR frequencies in the area, radials of VORs. Here's the circle with the 25 nautical mile radius, missed approach fixed information, airport diagram, the side view, waypoints on the side view, the elevations with the line below 9,000, meaning do not descend below, your course heading, your cone, the waypoint information, the distance measuring, 7.2 miles, 3.3 miles. To click your approach button on your deck so that your computer handshakes, your airplane handshakes with the ground computer, and then it takes over the descent and it takes you to the runway. If you miss the runway or have to abort, you climb. You climb to 5,900 feet. Keep climbing to 11,000 feet while turning to a heading of 193 degrees. You tune into the DVV VOR and you tune the 202 radial. And you follow that out to the Cygni waypoint. And you hold there. Yeah. Don't worry, this will make sense the 15th time you do this. It will make sense. First time they ran me through it, I couldn't. I know, I can't. I don't. It's too much. It's too much for my head. It will be the first couple of times. Stick around with these practices and we'll be using a lot of these charts. So, this is what I mean by you had to look through a lot of PDFs to figure out the right information you need for your departures, your approaches, and your arrivals. Okay. SimBrief. SimBrief is a free website. You will have to create an account, but it's free. People use this to create flight plans and then import them. And these use real-world flight plans. All right. You can also use real-world flight plans right in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let me add that in here to the training real quick. Let's go back to Microsoft. Okay. Click on any major airport, or any airport really. If it's got information, look at the bottom here. It says live airport activity. If you want to fly a route that somebody's currently flying, actually, I think these just give you all direct twos. I'm not 100% certain. But these are all the departures that are live right now, real world arrivals and departures from this airport. If you want to fly somebody's route, like if I wanted to take the Southwest to Florida, I can click on that. I think these set up direct. I'm not really sure. No, this one didn't. Okay, good. So it's got all the different waypoints in there. Okay, so that's a real-world flight. That's a real-world flight plan, and you can fly that. Okay. But again, some people like using their stuff. They like using SimBrief. So let me show you how to do that. This is what people did before stuff like this, before Microsoft. Let me change this to SimBrief. Okay, and put a little marker in my thingy. Okay. SimBrief. Okay. This website allows you to create flight plans and modify them in a unique way, like the fuel you'll see. Again, you need to register, but after that, you don't pay anything. The dispatch system. You go to the dispatch system, you go to My Flight Plans. Okay. And you'll want to generate a new flight plan. Okay. On this screen, dispatch options, generate, we'll use this in a minute to generate the file. You can create another new flight, save the flight, close the flight. Flight info. Airline, you can create your own airline. I'll call this one Kin Airline. Flight number 1000, okay? Departing, you pick your airport where you're taking off from. Pick an airport you're arriving from or type it in. So let me go to, in this case, Denver to San Diego. All right? And then if I have to make an alternate, if I can't land in San Diego for whatever reason, my alternate airport is going to be KLAX. The date, today's date, departing, and you set the time. Pick the airframe. In this case, we're in an Airbus A320. The climbing profile you can set. The cruise altitude you can set. Got it set to auto. The descent profile. The fuel factor, which I don't really understand. The registration number. You can make your own registration number. Your FIN number. Your LOCal code. Don't know what that is. And your call sign. Change to Kineas 2. The scheduled flight time you can set. The runway, if you know which runway. The arrival runway. Okay. The altitudes, extra fuel. If you want to add an extra fuel. The taxi out time. How long you think it'll take to get out. If you're carrying passengers. How many passengers are you carrying? Your cargo. How much cargo are you going to carry? I'm not sure what ZFW is. Your captain's name. And your pilot ID. Okay. Now, we need to... Here's suggested routes. Okay. Or you can click Analyze Route. Okay. So this is what it gives me to San Diego. It recommends that. These are other ones you can use. Doesn't matter which one you use. Just whatever you're happy with. But these are all based on real world, or, you know, this is how it would create a flight plan for you. So let me click on this one because it's just got more stuff in it. Now, once you're happy with the one you've chosen, now it's going to take all this information and create a flight plan out of it. And I guess there's stuff over here you can select as well. So if you're into modifying all this stuff, cool. Generate the flight plan. Confirm you wish to generate this flight plan. Yes. Okay, it's going to take a minute. It's going to generate it and create a brand new screen for us. Okay. Now, there's information on this page on how to read all this stuff if you're interested. If you're not, don't worry about it. Okay, but here's the summary page now of what it's created for us. Here's all the routing. Here's the map. As you move through here, that gives you the information on all the different waypoints, what your altitude is going to be there, what your speed is going to be, what airway that you're on. Okay, let's keep scrolling down. Paperwork preview. How do I read this flight plan? And then we'll explain how to read the flight plan. Again, this is information, you know, for the computer. I herewith confirm that I have performed a thorough self-briefing about the destination and alternate airports of this flight, including applicable instrument approach procedures, airport facilities, NOTAMs, and all of the relevant particular information. More routing information. So what we want to do, though, is get to the bottom of this screen, to the files, and we want to download the FS 2020 file for this flight plan that we just created. When you find the list of files, and you find the FS 2021 in the list right there, and you go to click download, as soon as you move your mouse into this area, it's going to ask you if you want to use the SimBrief downloader or get the SimBrief downloader. If you plan on using this a lot, you might want to get it. If you're just here occasionally, you can skip it. So as soon as I move my mouse in here to reach for the FS 2020, it says, do you want the SimBrief downloader? I do not. I'm not interested. Download the files manually instead. And don't show this again. Okay. Again, look for the FS 2020. KDEN to KSAN plus the date that we've just created this, and download it. All right. Make sure you know where it is downloading to. right, so now go back to Microsoft Flight Simulator. And at the bottom of your screen here is a load save option. Okay, click load. Go to the folder where you have saved your download. In my case, it's just downloads. Give it a minute while it loads it in there. Now, look, it imported the entire flight plan from SimBrief now. That way, if I crash after takeoff, I don't have to manually put everything back into the computer. But we're going to learn how to manually enter all this data into the computer and create our own. Now that you know how to create flight plans in different ways, ultimately what you're looking for is this kind of information in the printout. And we do know now that it's the same information we would use to to program a GPS, and it's the same information we're going to use to program an Airbus flight computer. So again, whether you're in a Cessna or whether you're in an Airbus or a 747 or a Dreamliner or any other plane, when you're creating flight plans in the computer, everybody uses the same information. No different. None different. Okay, so that was SimBrief. And what's next on the flight plan? Okay, we did the maps, set the stars. Okay, this would be like checklists and ground services. Okay, so now you know how to create a flight plan creating it in here yourself, or using Skyvector, or using live airport activity, or in creating it, or again importing it from SimBrief. You can use other things like Flight Aware or other programs. Okay, now I want to show you how to take off at an airport cold and dark, and have nothing in the computer, so that we can enter our own flight plan. Okay, so let me start at Denver, and I'm going to clear out San Diego. Just click the X up here and blow it out. So right now, it says Denver to nothing, and instead of selecting a runway, select a gate. Or a parking spot, but gates are usually a little bit more fun and interesting. You get the same things at parking, but you don't get the jetway. We're going to take a 3 minute break right now while this is loading up, and I just need another cup of coffee, and we need to stretch and walk around. So 5 minute break. Let me get my there's 5 minutes on the timer. This is what we're doing. And I will be right back. Please excuse me. All right, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. Ground services. Okay. We're ready to fly. We're at the gate. First thing, let me make sure my AI is off so he doesn't take over the radios for me. As soon as we get power, he'll start making them do pushbacks and stuff. So we're here, cold and dark. Cold and dark. My interior may look a little bit different from yours. That's about it, though. It's just a look. I'm using the default Airbus underneath it all. I just changed the interior. Okay. All right. Checklists and ground services. I forgot to put... Let me put that in the title. Checklists and ground services. And that's not in the lesson plan. I forgot that. Checklists and ground services. Yep. Okay, let me put a marker. Okay, checklists. Up at the top here to get your little menu. Checklist. Before starting engine checklist. Okay. Now when you get the modified Airbus, it's going to be days long. You're going to be so mind boggled with how much there is to do in the modified version. There's already quite a bit to do. Not too much to do, but when you see the modified, it's just like days long. You just keep going and keep going and keep going. It's just more and more and more. It's crazy. We don't need all that. Not yet. Okay. So you can have it auto-complete the page and start the plane up for you. But what fun is that? What are you learning? You don't learn where anything is at. I recommend clicking the evaluation option to walk you through getting used to where everything is at and going through your checklists. So click evaluation. If you don't know where something is at, it's got a little eyeball icon here, battery switches, and it'll take you to, or highlight them. There they are. See the battery switches now are glowing. Oh, the other up. Okay. Turn them on. Oh, you don't hear the voice. I've got the sounds all turned down. Usually gotta... Let me turn the sounds back up. I was watching videos last night. Alright, that's reasonable. Okay. Engine generators. Click on the little... We can... Oh, sorry, we're on external power now. Click on it to find it. Where is it at? This one's not lighting up, but it's right here. External power. On if available. It is unavailable, so let's turn it on.
On if available. Engine generators.
Okay, now it highlights the generators. It's going to move on from that one.
APU master switch.
Okay, it wants us to turn it on.
On. APU start.
The APU start. Now, when you turn this on, you have to wait for it to cycle up. And it'll have a readout here at the bottom. Don't get impatient.
On. APU start.
Okay, now wait. It says wait for available lit. APU starting. Please wait. 23%, 27, 29, 30. When you get the modified version, you have to set up all your GPS positioning stuff. That takes like 7 minutes. It's crazy.
Wait for avail lit.
Okay.
APU bleed.
APU bleed on.
On. External power.
On.
Off.
Okay, off. My bad. The fuel pumps are up here. Turn them all on. Beacon is down here. Okay, that was before starting the engine checklist. Now that we have power, we can contact air traffic control and we can get our ground services. Okay, you can request a pushback, a fuel supply, a power supply, baggage service, catering service, jetway connection. Let's get our jetway connection going. Hop out of the plane so we can enjoy that. And I got this thing in the way. Great. Got our jetway connection. The power supply, there's usually a truck right there.
Denver ground Kitty is 112 could you please send a ground power unit? Kitty is 112 ground power unit is on the road.
So he comes in and he just plugs in a power cord. He just plugs in the power. You're going to see a cord appear on the ground here. There it is. Now we have external power. All right, baggage service.
Denver ground Kitty is 112 could you please send the baggage? Kitty is 112 baggage is on the way.
Here comes the guy with the luggage. Or gal. Guy. All right, let's get the catering service going. I need coffee.
Kitty is 112 could you please send the catering truck? Kitty is 112 the catering truck is on the road.
Oops. All right. And then I think the only other thing is a fuel truck.
Denver ground Kitty is 112 could you please send a fuel truck?
And at the moment, those are all of your ground service options. Default Microsoft Flight Simulator. Very nice. Don't have to get any special add-on packs. It's built right in. It's vanity, you know, but it's fun. It's nice. It's so nice. Okay. And when they're done, and this noise you're hearing, that is the door is open alert. It's because we have the jetway connected. So let's go ahead and request the jetway disconnection.
Denver ground Kitty is 112 could you please disconnect the jetway from the aircraft.
Okay. We'll end the power supply.
Denver ground Kitty is 112 tree. I am done
The
with
catering truck and the baggage truck will leave by themselves. All right, we're just waiting on fuel. Okay, we haven't started the engines yet. We haven't even created a flight plan yet. Now this is where we create our own flight plan in the computer. Let's go over, let me go ahead and do cockpit controls first. Dun, 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 dun. Let's change this here. And add a stream marker. Okay. Master warning and caution. I don't know that these work at all. Yeah, the chrono and the side stick priority. Your altimeter. If you're European, set it different to set the reference differently over here. Flight director. ILS information display. This switch here controls your primary flight display right here. There's the fuel truck popped up. So you can change everything here. The fuel levels, center, left inner, right inner, left outer. The weight, that's being generous and nice. The pilot, 170 pounds, that'd be lovely. Co-pilot, 170 pounds. Where do they find all these skinny people? Baggage, economy class, weights. You can change all that. Okay. So, I'm not really going to add much more. Taking off with the fuel, a full tank, if you don't really need it, can cause you some problems. Taking off heavy can be a problem. Careful about that. Okay. So, this switch here, again, controlling your different views. There's the flight plan view. Once we have a flight plan, we'll be able to scrub through it. There's an arc view. We've got a compass. Navigation view, full compass. VOR view. We don't have any VORs plugged in at the moment. And then I think this is ILS. Okay. If we had VOR information plugged in, well, go back up here. Then you would switch these over to VOR for that information. Here's for ADF. Okay, constraints. These toggle different filters for the main screen down there. Constraints, VORs, waypoints, NDBs, and airports. And those will appear, if filtered, on your display. The zoom in and zoom out. 10 miles to 360 mile worth of zoom. Okay. Your speed, if you want your speed displayed in Mach, press that. Speed. Anytime there's 3 dashes up here in any of these, in heading or speed, means the computer's controlling it. If you want to control it, you pull down on these knobs here. See the down arrows? You can also pull up, which turns control back over to the autopilot. So if I wanted to dial my own speed in, okay, 7 miles, 7 knots, whatever, and I wanted it to fly that, I would pull down. And the airplane will try to, if auto throttle is on, it'll try to match that. If I pull back up, it's not clearing. It normally will once we're in there. It clears out and it lets the computer manage the speed again. Same with heading. Dial 172, pull down. If I pull up, again, once we're in the air, it'll turn control back over to the autopilot. Your autopilot 1, autopilot 2, I don't think that one works. and these don't work on the ground. Your localizer, auto throttle, expedite doesn't work. Here's your altitude. If you click the big black knob on the outside, changes it from thousands of feet to hundreds of feet. And your knob to dial it, same kind of idea. If you pull up, Autopilot's gonna kind of handle things. If you pull down, it's managing what, the altitude you're putting in there. This one works a little bit differently here, this knob. This is push to level off, so you pull up if you want to level off the aircraft. If you want to set the vertical speed angle, pull down and dial. So there's plus 300, 500 feet per minute, 7. You can dial up or you can dial down. Negative 500 feet, 600 feet per minute, 1,500 feet per minute. Okay, so that's how you use that. This is redundant controls for the co-pilot. Okay. You might use some of these for lighting. Console. You already know about your airspeed indicator, horizontal indicator, altitude. Any information about waypoints will be displayed here. Backup, little barometer, altimeter dial. This is where your engine rating information is going to be and fuel information is going to be. Your brakes, you can set auto brakes to low, medium, or high. Maximum grip. Anti-skid on, off. Your landing gear. These printout thingies don't work down here. These knobs and all these buttons are for this display here. And this is pretty much inoperative at the moment. All these. Okay. Our master computer. One for us. One for the co-pilot. And then there should be a redundant one back here somewhere, I think. Oh, it's up top. Okay. So everything on this side is repeated over here for the co-pilot. Here's your radio stack information. It's broken in the default still. You can dial your frequencies here and set them active, but it messes everything up, so I really just don't recommend using the radio out here at all and handling over all radio to the AI for right now in the Airbus. More panel lighting, more radio stuff. Speed brake, armed and disarmed, armed, disarmed, armed. I would set that up on your joystick or on your keyboard for sure to auto engage this with the push of a button. And what I mean by that is auto engaging it. So when you push the button, it pulls it all the way down here. It automatically pulls it down. When you're landing, you don't have time to look down here and make sure this thing is deployed. You need to know that it's deploying. So you should absolutely set this. Okay, rudder trim indicator. Here's your engine to turn them on and off. Your ignition switch. Your flaps. Speed brake, parking brake. And that's it. Now let's look up again. I think the most important thing you're going to need to know, absolutely, right here, your lights, and above your lights, your anti-icing. Those four buttons right here. Imperative that when you see this thing freaking out down here, if you're looking at your airspeed, sorry, let me get my views all jacked up. If you're looking at your airspeed indicator and this thing is freaking out and it's all red and it looks like you're going to stall and fall out of the sky, chances are you're icing up. Anytime this thing freaks out, that's your first indication that you'd better check your wings. Anytime you start icing, that will freak out. So let that be a lesson to you. Get up, run up here, turn on your anti-icing stuff right away. Again, it's right above your lights. You don't have to worry about anything else pretty much unless you have the modified. You might want to use this knob here for your dome lights. and your wipers. And then again, I live for the noise. I love this noise. The no smoking sign and the seatbelt sign. I just love the noise. Just do that all day. Other than that, you really don't need to worry about too much up here until you get the modified version. And then, woohoo! Okay. That is your cockpit controls. Here's some dash lighting here. I forgot these that look like inverted, well, they look like the Reese's Pieces cup, the Reese's Cups. The Reese's Cups adjust the lighting up underneath your panel here. Forgot this button down here, the terrain on your display. You can turn on terrain mode. When you get in the air, it usually kicks in. You can also change weather radar stuff down here at the bottom. I haven't really tried that yet. Setting the weather radar mode. And your squawk. Surprised there's not two of these. There's usually two of everything in this plane. Here's your squawk. Here's your standby, auto, and on. And here's where you dial in squawk. Okay. Your throttle. It's got to notice these markings here. Toga, Flex, MCT, and CL. Basically, when you're taking off, it's best to set it to Toga or Flex MCT. And as soon as after you're up in the air and you're getting your gear up and you are engaging your autopilot and get your flaps up, always remember to try to put your plane down here into the CL mode or anywhere here between CL and 0. As long as you are in the auto throttle range. This will get you into so much trouble as it does me over and over and over again because I keep forgetting to put my throttle into this. And all of a sudden the plane starts overspeeding and you're going to be in deep trouble. This is the reason why your plane overspeeds and it does not obey you. Is because you do not have it between CL and 0 in auto throttle. Okay, now on to the next lesson. Let me change our tag here. Now we go into the MCDU. Manual flight plan entry. I should, do I still have a flight plan set up here in Skyvector? I do. I do. Okay, good. I'm going to use this one here. Let me print this, copy and paste this into the chat room in case you want to follow along and fly the same thing or enter what I'm entering in or create your own real quick. Create your own flight plan. Okay, but that's what I'm going to use here to as our flight plan and put this in the computer. Okay. Get down to our computer here. All right. Again, this is a default plane, and I'm just going to make this as simple as possible for people that have never done this before. All right. You don't need to know a whole lot about this. Don't let it intimidate you at all. You only really need to know 2 buttons, and that's it. And you can get by with 2 buttons. You probably already, if you've flown at all, then you probably already know the other 2 that you can use. Beyond that, I recommend you watch 320 SimPilot or anybody else who does a breakdown on how to use some of the other functions. But most of the buttons don't work. Okay, so the 2 keys that you're going to want to know how to use for sure, and remember, write them down if you have to, but it's init and flight plan. As a newbie, that's all you need to know. Init and flight plan. The other 2 that you probably already know, direct to, if you've used... Hello, cat. I have a cat that wants to go out. The direct to function, same as in the Garmin. It's just different. Click direct to, you type in a waypoint like you would in a Garmin, and you hit waypoint. Okay, so you already know how to use the direct to function. Radio navigation. Okay, so here's VOR1, VOR2, which doesn't, these really don't work right yet in this either. In the modified, they work great. Here's where you plug in your radials, your course. That's how you dial a course heading, you know, or dial in a radial for a VOR. Here's your ILS frequency. We don't have one set at the moment. We haven't picked an airport. That will auto-populate for you, which is wonderful, Airbus. You're amazing. Thank you for doing that for us. If you've got your approach and stuff set up for an ILS runway, it'll plug it all in for you. ADF frequencies. Okay, so we use two keys, init and flight plan. Init. We use init because you need to put from and to always. This is the whole flight plan right here. Where you're at and where you're going. Well, not the whole flight plan, but this is the most important part. You need to tell it where you're at and where you're going. So in this case, we're going from Denver to Dickinson, Theodore Roosevelt. So KDEN to KDIK. So let's type that in. KDEN, put the / KDIK. Select the button on the outside. Okay. This screen should say, hey, do you have any corporate flight plans or personal flight plans that you would like to put in? We do not. So you hit return. And now it says KDEN to KDIK up there. Cost index and fuel, you don't have to mess with these as a newbie. You don't have to. This relates to the cost of fuel, and this is the cruise flight level that you would like to be at, or that you would like for your flight. Air traffic control usually tells you what level you're going to be at anyway, so you don't have to. Just make sure that your from and to's up there. Okay. Now, all of the work is done here on this key here, flight plan. Everything else pretty much is done in this, in here. Okay. Ignore everything I'm circling with the mouse, because it's just ignore all that. Don't be intimidated by this. Pay attention to these three things right here. From Denver to a deceleration point to KDIK. So, on a map, that would look like a straight line between these two airports. It doesn't know anything about the runways that we want. It doesn't know anything about the points in between. And that's where we plug it all in. So let's start at the airport we're taking off from. And we need, now, okay, here's where it gets a little bit interesting. We're sitting here cold and dark, and this is one of the extra steps now. Once we create the flight plan, we haven't been assigned a runway yet to take off from. So I'm not going to put the departure in right now, because I could pick one, which takes us back to METAR. How do we determine what runway we want, or what runway air traffic control will give us? So first thing we should do, we already looked at METAR earlier and how to pull up the METAR maps. But now here's how you get your METAR at an airport that has one. You tune in the ATIS, the Automated Weather Service.
Denver Airport Information India 20000. Wind 261 at tree. Visibility, niner. Sky condition, clear. Temperature, 4. Dew point, 1 tree. Altimeter, 29.902.
I need to let this cat out one moment.
And ILS runway 26 in use. Landing and departing runway 25 and runway 26. DSR aircraft, say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact, you have India. Denver Airport information, Juliet 2000 Zulu. Wind 261 at tree. Visibility, none. Sky condition, clear. Temperature, 4. Dew point, 1 tree. Altimeter, 29.902. ILS runway, 25.
Alright, tuning it back to ground. Okay, so that's how you get the automated weather. In the wind, you know, I just listened to it twice and actually wasn't paying attention. The wind is blowing from what?
Denver Airport information, Juliet 2000 Zulu. Wind 261 at tree.
261 at 3.
Visibility, none.
Okay, the wind is blowing from 261 degrees and it's a 3-knot wind. We don't really have to worry about it. So you'll want to pick a runway, if you're picking your own runway, that takes off into the wind. Alright. So if we were to look at an airport diagram for Denver, we want a runway that takes off into the wind. So we might want runway 26 left here, or 26. Right? We want to take off into the wind. Or, you know, 25 would work. But, you know, so we could pick one. I could pick, let's pick 26. Okay, so let's go to departure now. Click on departure. And we will look for 26. In the Airbus world, it's up is down and down is up. So when you're trying to go down a list, use the up arrow key. And when you want to go up a list, use the down arrow key. Don't ask me. Don't know. But I'm looking for runway 26. So I'm using the up arrow to go down the list. And find runway 26. And now this is where we get back to the SIDS and the stars. It's asking me, do I want to use any of their SIDS, available SIDS? We learned earlier from messing with our flight plan out there that yellow 4 is the best option. So I'm going to choose yellow 4. And now insert this. Okay. Oh, it's also telling us, do we want the transitions? I didn't show you a departure chart. So it's the same, everything's kind of the same in reverse. We can choose a transition point, and they're recommending BFF. So I'll choose BFF. And insert all this. Hello. Why it's not taking my flight plan, I don't know. MIDI insert. Let's go back to flight plan. Okay. It's in there, it took it, it just didn't want to let me out. So that was a bug. So now it says KDEN, runway 26. And then it's going to take us to the VOR den. Then it's going to take us to the VOR BFF. And then it's going to take us to our destination airport. Where's our descent? Blew out our descent. That's weird. It's bugging. Okay. So we need to pick up our flight plan now at BFF. Some of these points on my flight plan now aren't going to work because I've chosen one of their SIDS. Okay, let me show you this. Go back to flight plan. Okay, click Denver again. Click the departure, and I'm going to reset this up, but I'm going to blow out the SIDS and the transitions. So I'm going to select runway 26, and then I'm going to select none for available SIDS. and then insert it without any SIDS. Okay. So now, Denver, runway 26 to the deceleration point, Kiddick. Let me click on 26 again, Denver. And now I want to use the information on this side to create my own flight plan. So now that what I pasted in the chat room, the first waypoint was Seduk. Alright, enter that in as the next waypoint. So when it leaves the runway, it says, ah, what's my next point? This is it right here. Insert it. Okay, now it's in there. Denver runway 26 to Seduk, to the decel point to Kadic. Let's pick it up at Seduk, click it. The next waypoint after Seduk is an Airways. It's a Victor 611. So let me select Airways, Victor 611, and put that on this side. All Airways go on this side, all VORs and waypoints go on this side. Now, when this works, it works beautifully. When it doesn't, it bugs out. So sometimes entering the Victors and then trying to build your flight plan, it works beautifully. Sometimes it doesn't. So we'll give it a shot. So we've entered Victor 611, and the next point on our flight plan is GLL VOR. So select that over here. Great, working so far. The next thing we need to input is that we're going to turn onto the Victor 89. Victor 89. From the Victor 89, we're going to the Ames waypoint. You'll know it errors because it says it can't find it. Then we're still on the Victor 89, so you can put it in again, or since you're on the same one as before, you can normally choose to skip it, but I'm going to go ahead and put it in anyway. And then we're going to PACHE, P-A-C-H-E. From PACHE, we're on the Victor 89 still. Then we go to HAMER, H-A-M-E-R. Okay. Then we're going to turn onto the Victor 132. Then we're going to the CYS VOR. It's thinking. Okay, good. Now we need to go down, or maybe we can't in this one. We need more space. Okay, so we've reached the end of this. So all we can do is hit return on this one. In the modified version, you can press the up and down arrow keys and keep building your flight plan. But everything is fine up to this point. So let's just hit return. Why it's not an insert like everything else, I don't know. Just hit return though. So now all that should be in there. So let's use our up arrow to scroll down. So Seduk to the V611, to GIL to the V89, to Ames, we're on the V89, to PACHE, still on the V89, to HAMER, still on the V89, to CYS. Okay, we'll pick it up here at CYS. We only have a couple more points to enter. CYS, we're hopping on to the Victor 457. Not in database. See, now it might generate an error. So let's return. Come down and we'll pick it up at sys again. Okay. Because when it fails on any entry, it's gonna bug out like this. And it's gonna, when you go to pick up your flight plan and keep going at your next point, it's going to go amber again on you, and it's going to generate a not in. Normally, you can either hit insert or erase. It doesn't really matter because you're going to end up clearing it anyway. So if you hit erase, Then try picking it up at SETIC again. Or, I mean, sorry, at SIS. Good. Okay. So now let's try it again. I'm going to not enter the Victor this time, and I'm going to skip it and go right to the next waypoint, Slater, SLATR. Oops, my scratch pad didn't clear out. Clear that all. Slater, SLATR. Yeah, if you make a mistake, just hit the clear key. It's like a backup, backspace key. So, put this under waypoint. Okay, insert it. Scroll down to find Slater. Pick it up there. After Slater, the last waypoint, the last two, I'm going to skip the Victor. The last two waypoints are Hoxu and Cacti. HOCXU.
Denver ground, SkyWest 5775 taxi to the gate. SkyWest 5775 taxi to gate Bravo Tree 2 via taxiway.
That's not us, that's somebody else.
Romeo Niner, Echo Echo Zulu November Lima Mike Niner, Bravo November Kilo Bravo Sierra.
Okay, come down to Hoxu and then our last waypoint.
Taxiing to gate Bravo Tree 2 via taxiway Romeo 6 Romeo Romeo Niner, Echo Echo Zulu November Lima Mike Niner, Bravo November Kilo Bravo Sierra, SkyWest 5775.
Remember when I said on the taxis they're going to shout out a bunch of stuff real fast about how to get there? That's what they were just telling that guy. Taxiway R6 Romeo to Romeo 9 to Echo Echo to Zulu November to Lima to Mike 9 to Bravo November to Kilo to Bravo Sierra. And you have to read that back. That is how they have to taxi out to get to the runway that they want. And we're going to get something very similar to that in a minute. We're done with our flight plan. I put everything in here. Now I have to do the same thing. Now I have to try to file this flight plan with air traffic control and get this flight plan approved and get my runway assigned to me. So now that we've created a flight plan in here, look, we have this option out here now on our deck. Request instrument flight rules clearance for instrument flight plan. So now everything we just created in the computer, we're handing it over to air traffic control to file it. So let me change that in here, video tag. That is filing your flight plan. Put a marker in the stream. There is the request for IFR clearance, and it should accept the runway that we wanted. If not, they will assign us a runway and we will modify our flight plan departure information.
Denver ground, Kitty is 112 tree ready to copy IFR clearance to Kilo Delta India Kilo.
Kenia's 112 tree is cleared to Kilo Delta India Kilo Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 26 climb and maintain 11,000 feet. Departure frequency is 128.45 squawk 0056.
Okay, let's acknowledge this.
Kenia's 112 tree cleared to Kilo Delta India
Set
Kilo
our
Airport
altitude.
is filed. Takeoff runway 26 climb and maintain 11,000 feet. Departure on 128.45 squawk 0056.
Okay, I'm not going to mess with
Kenia's
the...
112 tree readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.85 when ready to taxi.
Again, I'm not going to use my radios down here to put in any of those frequencies because it bungs things up. But we can put in our squawk that they gave us, and that was 0056. It's already in there, but 0056. Put it on auto or on. Sometimes it works in standby. Sometimes they tell you it's not reading. Okay. So now we need to request a taxi, and it did take our runway that we wanted, runway 26. Another thing I can do here before I get too far on is you can turn the radios over to the AI. If you select your pilot up here, he can help you with your checklist, with your radios, and he can control the airport. This is the only time I usually let the AI control the aircraft, and that is for the taxiing, because it's tedious and it's long and it's boring. So I usually turn on my radios at this point.
Denver ground Kinney is 112 requesting pushback.
That
Kinney
dork.
is 112 pushback request accepted.
Sorry, let me turn off the radios. He requested a pushback. I don't want the pushback just yet.
Denver
I haven't
ground Kinney
even
is
started my
112
engines.
requesting the end of pushback.
Kinney is 112 request to end pushback received.
We probably better finish our checklist and start our engine now. So come back up to our checklist. We've already done the first one, which was pre-engine start. Click on this to go to starting engine. It says make sure that your throttle is set to 0. Set your ignition switch. Let's turn this on to evaluation.
Thrust levers. Idle. Engine mode selector.
Turn it on to ignition.
IGN/start. Engine master 2.
Turn on your engines.
On. Engine master 1. On.
And then all you do
Engines.
is wait for these to stabilize. Stand by, I need to take this call. It won't take me a minute. Alright, those are almost fully spooled up. Just want to make sure that all the numbers are balanced on each side.
Confirm stabilized.
Okay, we're stabilized. Now we can go to after starting engine. APU bleed. They want it off. APU master switch. They want it off. Engine mode selector to normal. Okay. Now I can request a pushback.
Denver ground Kinney is 112 requesting pushback.
Kinney is 112 pushback request accepted.
Make sure your parking brake is off. Alright, so we're getting our pushback here. This would be a great time for a break. But what I want to do before you split is, normally what I do is once I get a pushback, make sure my brake is on. Once I get this pushback, I usually turn the radios over to the AI, but what I do is turn the control over to the AI, and I request my taxi and let the AI taxi me out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I want to definitely make sure I get far enough out, like to the end of this yellow line, so that the AI doesn't get confused and take us back in and crash us into the building, which he loves to do. Alright, so I'm going to request pushback stop.
Denver ground Kitty is 112 requesting the end of pushback.
Kinia's 112 request to end pushback received.
Alright. So my next option is to go back to the clearance. And what I'm going to do is turn on AI control aircraft and request taxi to IFR.
Denver
And now
ground
turn
Kitty
on
is
radio
112 with
comms
Juliet
AI.
ready to taxi IFR.
Kinia's 112 taxi to and hold short of runway 26 via taxiway Charlie November Echo Delta Lima Zulu November Echo Echo Romeo 9 Romeo Romeo 1. Contact tower on 133.3 when
Yep,
ready.
you get all that? Charlie November Echo Delta Lima Zulu
Taxi to
November
and hold short
Echo
runway
Echo.
26 via taxiway Charlie November Echo Delta Lima Zulu November Echo Echo Romeo 9 Romeo Romeo 1 Kinney is 112.
So now, if we're lucky, the AI, whom I call Steve, yes, he's doing it. Steve. Steve is now in charge of our taxi because it takes forever to taxi, especially out of Denver. So, this is a great place for a break because this is going to take 10 minutes. It really will. So, tag, properties, short break. Like 10 minutes. It's going to take a while. Seriously. So, get the countdown here. Let's set this for at least 10 minutes. Alright, so break time. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. And we'll be ready for our takeoff. If you have any questions, please type them in the chat room. Please like and subscribe.
Wanna do my own thing, but I think I found a trend. It's been suggested, maybe I wanna be your best friend. Yeah, yeah, blinding my eye holes and just trying hard to see. I can tell by your middle finger that you're warming up to me. Yeah, yeah. Satisfaction, yeah. Bad attraction, yeah. Satisfaction, yeah. Yeah. You got the message, but I wanna give it to you some more. Climb through the window, then you're trying to show me the door. Yeah, yeah, where I put the sunshine, baby, well, nobody knows. We can get together without coming to blows.
Yeah, I said it would take a while. Oh, look at all the traffic coming and going. Yeah, that's why it's always a good time for a break right there, and it's a good time to let the AI handle the taxiing for you. But as soon as he gets me right up here to our point, this is where we talk to air traffic control. You always need to stop. I didn't point out the part of the lesson where I should have pointed about how to read the taxi signs. But all the runway numbers, you know, all your taxi information, all your airport diagram corresponds to all these signs.
Denver Tower Kitty is 112
Okay.
runway 26 ready for takeoff IFR to Kilo Delta India Kilo.
Turn off the AI from controlling the aircraft.
1123 cleared for takeoff runway 26.
Alright, now we've been cleared. So let me clear this here.
Cleared for takeoff runway 26 Kitty is 1123.
All right. So we're cleared and we're in the takeoff, and we are going to be discussing the autopilot controls. So I don't think he turned the brake on, did he? Yeah, he did. Okay, we should already have 11,000 feet dialed in. All right. In the training, the basic training from the main menu, they have the Airbus takeoff and landing. So I recommend doing that a dozen times, you know. Or more. Just keep at it. Keep doing it. So that will walk you everything you need to know. But in a nutshell, flaps usually set at. It doesn't look like they're set, but they're like in they're between 0 and 1. So you can usually you need them in usually flaps position 1. For short runways, you could set them all the way. Okay, but they're usually set at 1. Make sure your ground spoilers are off. Up and not armed. Okay, so we're gonna go full throttle until we get up into the air, and then we're going to bring it down into CL or anywhere between CL and 0, so it is in the auto throttle range. You absolutely need to be in auto throttle range after takeoff. At some point after takeoff. Don't forget this. So if your plane starts overspeeding and your engines aren't responding, remember your throttle is not set in the right range. I think this only applies to the Airbus here. I don't believe that this applies at all to the Boeing's 747 or the Dreamliner. It doesn't have any information printed on your throttle. Okay. So we go down the runway until we hit VR speeds of approximately 140. So when we get to about 140 knots, there should be some indicators out here, usually on when to start pulling the nose up. She will pretty much take off by herself. You don't want to go too crazy pulling it back. Once you get off the runway, you want to bring your gear up. You want to pull your flaps up. Then you want to come up to your deck here and engage your autopilot. And that should toggle on the auto throttle, but if it does not, make sure that's set. Make sure you stay under 250 knots, under 10,000 feet. Okay. And altitude is already set. They said climb and take off at 11,000. Okay. Wish me luck. I've been having a whole bunch of bad takeoffs lately. So it's going to be hard for me to keep both of these on the screen for you, but keep your eye on the vertical speed indicator. There's 120. Actually, there aren't any indicators on it. It is in your flight computer. So there's 140, and that's usually rotation speed. So gently start pulling the nose back. All right. We're up and on. Well, don't let it drop. Okay. We're up and off the ground. Pull. Gear up, flaps up, put it into CL or anywhere in there between auto throttle. Make sure that she maintains a positive climb, because she has a tendency to drop a little bit and lose a little bit of power and fall. You might want to help the plane out by just slowly turning towards where you're going to be going. Make sure not to pitch up too hard so you don't stall. Uh-oh. I forgot to dial in my proper speed. It wants us to go 7. And we're descending. Yeah, we're stalling out. Raise my speed. 230 knots. Pull the nose up so we don't crash. The light is so bright here, it washes everything out.
Kenya's 1123, contact Denver departure on 128.45.
128.45, Kenya's 1123.
Again, I'm letting the AI handle the radios. It's just, you've got enough to think about.
123 is at 6,900 feet, climbing 11,000 feet.
Okay. We're pretty much parallel with our flight plan now. So what I'm going to do is engage the autopilot. Auto throttle is engaged. Make sure it is going to start climbing to 11,000 feet. Let me change the vertical speed to 2,200 feet per minute. She's turning to intercept the... Oh, she's in heading mode. Okay, I'm putting speed and heading back into the autopilot mode. You see that the plane now, she is drifting to, she is turning to intercept our flight plan. And we are almost on it. Okay. So, when you're an autopilot and it's being controlled, everything should say over here, the speed and the altitude and auto throttle is engaged, and we're in nav mode. Okay. Alright, we're in nav mode. Okay. If we want to, that means it's going to follow the GPS flight plan. Alright, now in your autopilot on the Cessna, there's the heading knob. Alright, when you want to fly a specific course heading in your Cessna, when your autopilot is engaged, you know that if you press the heading button and use your CDI, use your compass, you can dial in a radial and your airplane will start following whatever course you set. Okay, you can do that with the Airbus. Remember, if you pull up on these knobs and get with the up arrow, it assigns the autopilot control. If you dial in something and pull down, you're the one taking control. So if I dialed in right now, we're heading north, basically. Let's say I wanted to turn and deviate and go to 90 degrees. So let me dial in 90 and then pull down on the knob and make the plane. It's basically, again, the equivalent of hitting the heading button on your Cessna. There's 100 degrees. Same idea. So now the GPS flight plan has changed over to to dashed lines. It's no longer active, and the plane is now turning to like 100 degrees. All right. When you want to turn control back over to autopilot and get back on your course, pull up. It goes to 3 dashes up here again on the heading to let you know that autopilot has it. And now the plane is going to turn back around and try to pick up where it left off. Air traffic control just told us to go up to 17,000 feet. So dial it in. It should automatically take it. As a rule, I always pull down on it to make sure that it took it. And then again, you can set your vertical speed. They say you can go as high as 2,500 without disrupting people in the cabin too much. So if you want to make it a nice, easy climb, so nobody in the back is bothered, keep it really low. If you're in a hurry, turn that sucker up. Now we're going 3,500 feet per minute. 4,000. We're just, straight up. Well, not straight up, but you know what I mean. We are at a high angle. Alright. So again, she's trying to capture and intercept again and follow the flight plan. And we're climbing. So okay, now speed, same thing. Right now, if I dial it, I'm going about 270. Let's say I wanted to come down to me dial in. Let's say I wanted to come down for whatever reason. 250 and pull down. Okay, so now if I come look at my speed, see the down arrow? Okay, so now it's following the speed that I'm telling it. Okay, we're almost at 17,000 feet here. Now they want us to climb to 18,000. Pull down. Check that you're climbing. Our altimeter hasn't changed. We're at 2992. Okay. We're just about reconnected with our flight plan. We just passed the Seduk waypoint. Let me turn this off of VOR and put this in the plan. Okay. Now, the next waypoint is GLL. Course heading 322, 12.1 nautical miles. Okay, if we look down at our flight plan, down in here, Seduk. Can I zoom in anymore? Seduk, GLL, Ames, Pash, Hammer are our next points. So again, up here, we've just passed Seduk. We're going to GLL. I can zoom out my flight plan using my zoom knob here. There's 20 miles, there's 40 miles. Okay. So now we see the Ames waypoint and the Pash waypoint up ahead. Zoom out to 80 miles. Now we can see the Hammer and the Sis waypoints. 160 miles. All the way out to Cacti. Okay. So those were your autopilot controls. See if there's anything else on here. Okay. VOR navigation and radials is the next thing. Now, I'm assuming you've taken the basic Cessna stuff. And you're somewhat familiar with VOR navigation, radio to radio navigation. Okay, we can only use one radio at the moment in this default Airbus, which is fine. We only need one at the moment. But with two, you can have so much more fun. Whee! You can do triangulation. You can find wherever you're at in space by using two VORs to help you triangulate your position. You can also use two VORs to triangulate and find anything. Certain places that you want to get to in the world really might not be on the map, really clearly identified. And at times like that, you need to think about using radio sources and radials and draw some straight lines and get them crisscrossing over the top of the places that you want to go, and learn how to use your compasses and your VOR information to get there. It's a great thing to know how to do, and if you botch approaches, you're going to need to know how to use... You're going to need to know how to tune to a VOR really quickly if you miss an approach. And you need to be on specific radials when you miss an approach. And if you're making an RNAV, if you're making a VOR approach, you need to know how to tune these things, and you need to know how to hit those radials, especially if you have to do like a DME arc. Okay, so let's look on our map here for the nearest radio sources and then go find the frequencies in Skyvector. They haven't got this map up to snuff yet to where you can click on it and get the frequencies right here where you should be able to get them. Okay, so we're here at Pash. We're coming up on Pash. And now when I go down road of my flight plan, I see this VOR right here, CYS. CYS. Okay? And I want to tune that in. So let me go to Skyvector and find the frequency for it. And CYS. CYS is right here. And the box for it, oh, it just has it print out. There's no box. It says the frequency is 1187. If I have that right. Oh, here it is right here. CYS. 1131 CYS. Here's its Morse code identifier. Okay, so we need to dial in 1131 into our radio. Okay, and not radio. We need to punch this into our master computer. The radio on our computer. So we go into radio nav. Okay, and here's VOR 1 and VOR 2. But again, number 2 really doesn't work here. So we're gonna plug in 1131, and that's all you need to do is just go 1131.1. Alright, and then click VOR 1. Alright. Now to see it and get our arrow for it, we need to come up here and switch to VOR mode. So we can see the arrow. Alright. So right now, we're coming up on it here. Let me zoom in. Okay, it's out in front of us right now. It's CYS, and it's shooting out a radial, to the north somewhere. 360. Now, if we wanted to dial any particular radial off of CYS, you just dial in you type in your radial and then put it into course. So let's say the 90. I don't want to compete with air traffic control. Let's say we want the 90 off of CRS. So let me type in 90 and put that into the course for VR1, which gives us the radial. It should say radial, but it says course. Alright. So as we keep traveling forward, we're going to cross the 90 radial at CYS. Okay. If we wanted the 150 radial, put that in. Okay, we've already passed it. So we would have to make a turn to get back to it. Let's go 50. Yeah, straight ahead of us still. So if you remember VOR navigation, now that we know the radial, and let's say we needed to fly here and then we were going someplace that required that we turned at 90 degrees and follow it outbound that way. Okay. Or if we needed to turn to 270 and let's say we needed to go west. So dial in 270, pull up that radial. Okay. So when we intercept it, we would know then to turn to 270. Coming up on sys now. Let me zoom in a little bit more. That's the VOR right there in front of us that we're tuning to and getting these radials from. So the radial that it actually, if we were following our flight plan, looks like the radial from there is like 33. So let me see what I get when I dial 33. No. Doesn't seem exactly right. It's 35. By the way, that is the proper radial. So if we wanted to turn to I dialed that in wrong. That's 330. .330, 335. Yeah, that's right. There we go. Now it is 340. About. Okay, let's say I wanted to now not follow my flight plan and I wanted to follow the radial once we hit it. Put this switch over here and press the localizer button on your deck. Remember to turn it off though when you want to get back to your flight plan. So if I turn on localizer, if we keep an eye down here, as soon as we get over the top of CYS here, it's going to turn and try to put us on the 340 radial. So whatever radial you've dialed in, that's the radial it is going to follow from that VOR. So again, now you can understand if you had two VORs that were both giving you information, as they do in the modified version, you can get your other arrow and you can triangulate things. It's very nice. It's very, very nice. Anyway, again, you need to know how to do this if you need to tune VOR radials. For example, the airport that we're flying to, oh my lord, you've been looking at Skyvector this whole time. Why isn't the automatic scene switcher working? Give me a minute. Automatic scene switcher. It says it's active. I'm so sorry about that. That shouldn't be happening at all. Okay. So what I was working with here in our console under radio nav, plugging in our frequency here, our courses, I've been dialing them into here and watching how, and setting this thing to VOR up here gives us this information down here. The blue line, the blue arrows. Okay, so that is how you can fly VOR to VOR, or fly any radial you want from a VOR. So right now that's 350, 360. So let me change to 358. Well, now she's almost, yeah. So I'm going to try to follow our GPS course. All right. When you want to turn everything back over to the autopilot following GPS, turn off the localizer. And now she'll be back on. Oh, by the way, when you click on localizer here, it'll say localizer here. All right. So you know what mode you're in. Turn it off. Just in nav mode now. Okay. So that's your VOR. And now what else do we have in the lesson? Manual flying. We kind of covered that. Direct to. Okay, now we'll talk about it, but using direct to can also blow out your entire flight plan. Okay, so you kind of got to be careful about using it. And it actually has two different types of function. One where you put in the waypoint that you want, or one where you choose a waypoint that already exists in your flight plan. You might want to skip ahead, right? Or go back to a point in your flight plan. Okay, so let me change this up here, the video tag. Direct to. What happened to my color?
Kenny is 112 contact Denver Center on 135.6.
Oh, I see. It blew out the red.
Going to 135.6, Kenny is 112. Denver Center, Kenny is 112, flight level 180.
Kenny is 112 Denver Center. Continue to flag as planned. Altimeter 29.902.
There we go. Okay, direct to. I want to try to do this and see if I can if I don't break my flight plan. So what I should probably do is take it out of flight plan mode before I do this. I'll put it into heading mode. Pull down. So now our flight plan is disengaged. Okay. And maybe I won't break it. But it works a little something like this. Click on the direct to key. Again, these are all the different points that currently exist in your flight plan. You can use the up and down arrows to scroll through all your different waypoints. So we just passed Sis and we're on our way to Slater, right? I need to put it back into flight plan mode. I can tell you what's next. Slater, yeah. So Slater is coming up ahead at 4.9 miles. Let's say I wanted to skip Slater and go right to Haksu or Cacti. You select one of those and you hit insert. So I guess actually I will put it back into GPS mode for the moment for this one. Okay, so let me go down here. We're going to skip Slater and go right to Haksu and hit insert. And now our flight plan has adjusted. Haksu is now the next point at 8.1 miles. But it did seem to like make a little break right there in the flight plan, so I need to pay attention to see what it does once it hits Haksu. It should just pick it up and keep going. Okay. let's say we needed to go to a waypoint that's near here and make a diversion or go anywhere else around here. We can pull up a VOR to go to, or we can try to pull up a waypoint near here. By using this, we can visualize them on the screen down there. So let me turn on waypoints. Give this a minute to populate. Zoom out a little bit. 40 miles. So any waypoints should start appearing. There's one, Jeezy. Okay, good. So there she goes. She's resuming now. From Hoxu, she's going to Cacti. So the airplane is now picked up and is continuing on. Now, what I need to do, and this could break my flight plan, but let's say I want to go to Jeezy. Okay. Let me try this now. Let me try to take it out of Autopilot. Put it in heading mode. And hold this course heading of 29. Alright, now let me come down to my direct and type in Jeezy. Hit direct 2. Jeezy. Put this into waypoint at the top. You gonna take it? It may not take it right at the moment because I'm in heading mode. I don't think there's any way to get around that. Alright, put it back into GPS mode. Type GZ again. Well, it's just not taking it at all. I'm not typing it right. No? Oh, it's Jezzy. Jezzy. Back out of here. Alright, hit direct 2. Okay. And where are we at? I lost focus on us. Gads. Alright, I can't see us at the moment and focus on us, but it says we're going to Jezzy now.
Zero contact, Denver Center, on 1.905.
I need to figure out how to auto-center this thing on our plane. That's pretty good. Alright. So, there's our flight plan that we're deviating from, and there's our new line shooting out, and that should be taking us to Jezzy. Okay, so now that is how you can enter in different points and break away from your flight plan. Now let me see if I can get back to our flight plan by going back to direct and go to flight plan waypoints, and we were at, we need cacti. It took it, but it seems to have blown out our arrival. But it is still taking us all the way to the airport. So it goes from Cacti, unless... What do we have? No, that was it. That was our last point. So Cacti is the last point on our flight plan, and then we need to work with air traffic control to get assigned a runway. Or air traffic control is going to speak with us when we get a little bit closer and give us a runway. So I think that's the way it's going to work. So as we get closer, we're going to start getting instructions on what runway to use. Okay, now this is where you need to be Johnny on the spot and run to something like Skyvector. Let me get back here and change this part. This is going to be our approach. Okay, this is when you're going to want to run to something like Skyvector, because they're going to give us a runway. And right at the moment, I don't know anything about the runways or the elevations or anything. I can get a general idea by pulling up any particular runway plate for the place. So, there's the airport diagram. So we can quickly determine that 2,572 feet, 2,581 feet, 2,592, 2,582. Okay, so we're currently, we're currently at like 18,000 feet. So I'm going to request an altitude decrease by 8,000 feet.
Denver Center, Kenny is 1123. Request 10.
And if they don't want me going down that low, they'll deny me.
Kenny is 1123.
Okay.
And maintain 13,000 feet. Expect 10,000 feet.
13. Okay.
Descend and maintain 13,000 feet. Expect 10,000 feet. Kenny is 1123.
Oops. Oh no, I just accidentally canceled my IFR.
Cancel IFR at this time.
Ah. That's alright, we can refile.
Kenny is 1123. IFR flight plan is canceled. Radar
Yeah, I slipped. It's gonna happen. You're gonna accidentally cancel your flight plan at some point.
frequency change approved.
Okay.
Denver Center, Kenny is 1123. Is type Airbus A320 and 10.
The option is retry with last flight plan.
Request flight following.
Kenny is 1123. Denver Center. Squawk 4304.
Squawk 4304. Kenny is 1123.
Kenny is 1123. Radar contact 11 miles east of Kilo Golf. Uniform Romeo 16,200 feet. Altimeter 29.902.
Copy, Kenny is 1123. Denver Center, Kenny is 1123.
Refiling.
Miles east of Kilo Golf Uniform Romeo. Request IFR to Kilo Delta India. Kilo ready to copy.
Kenny is 1123. Is cleared to Kilo Delta India. Kilo Airport as filed. Squawk 4304.
Kenny is 1123. Cleared to Kilo Delta India. Kilo Airport is filed. Squawk 4304.
Kenny is 1123. Read that correct. Radar contact 14,300 feet.
Man, they want me at 18,000 feet.
The taxi turning and following heading 035. Proceed on course climb and maintain flight level 180.
Alright, I'm going to ask for a decrease. I'll acknowledge it.
Continue to
So much talking. Come on. Gotta wait for all this.
13,100 feet of climbing, flight level 180.
Kenny is 1123 Denver Center. Continue as planned. Altimeter 29.902.
And if there's a lot of traffic going on, how in the world can you get in anything in Edgewise?
Denver Center, Kenny is 1123. Request 13,000 feet.
Kenny is 1123 descent and maintain 13,000 feet.
Okay, now I'm going to try to request 10,000 feet.
10,000 feet, Kenny is 1123.
This is where I screwed up last time and hit that.
Denver Center, Kenny is 1123. Request 10,000 feet.
Kenny is 1123 descent and maintain 10,000
Okay,
feet.
there's 10,000 feet. That's good.
Descend and maintain
We're coming up on deceleration point, so I'm going to slow down to 200 knots, about. See if I can go a little bit lower.
Denver Center, Kenny is 1123. Request 7,000 feet.
Kenny is 1123 request denied.
See if we can get to 9.
Denver Center, Kenny is 1123. Request 9,000 feet.
Kenny is 1123 descent.
9.
Maintain 10,000 feet. Expect 9,000 feet.
Okay.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Expect 9,000 feet. Kenny is 1123.
So now, again, we really just wait for air traffic control to tell us now what runway. And then we have to plug that into the computer as fast as we can and then run over to Skyvector and pull up the right chart. Alright, so we know the runway numbers now. 15, 25, 7, and 33. They'll give us one based on the wind. We could check the wind. So this is where having METAR would come in handy, because right now we're caught up in this menu here and we can't back out and pull up an ATIS at this point, which is it's a problem with the simulator, but you know, you can't. So if we open up METAR again real quick, we could get the weather and then determine what runway would be best. And I don't want to do that at the moment. But that's how what you'd normally do. You'd try to get the weather for where you're arriving at and pick a runway based on that. But again, air traffic control is still going to tell you what to do. You just need to be able to, you know, come over here and get the right runway. 15, 25, 33, or VORA, whatever they tell us. So let's look at any one of these. These aren't going to be instrument landings, so we're going to have to do this. Okay, so here's for runway 15. They don't want you any higher than 6,000 feet, and they don't want you any lower than 4,400 feet. So let me see if I can get a decrease down to 6,000 feet. 9. $3,000 feet.
Denver Center, Kenny is 112 Request 6,000 feet.
Kenny is 1123 request.
No, they don't want me to do it yet. All right, when we get to Fonza, though, or in about there, as we start coming in for whatever runway, that's a good altitude to be at. And then for ILSs, about this altitude, about 4,300 feet. This gives us our missed approach information.
759er, contact Denver Center on 135.6.
So they're telling us, from no matter how we're approaching, they would like us to come out here to this Fonza waypoint. And then we turn to a course setting of 140. There's Fonza. We could use any of these other points as a fix too. We could go to CPOP. From CPOP go to Fonza, or we could come from Zumpa, and then go to Fonza. We could do a hold out here. But once we're at Fonza, we turn to a heading of 140 and be at 4,300 feet. We're 6.1 miles from the runway, I think here. I think that's what it's saying. Here's the Ezizo waypoint. Here's the runway. Okay. If we miss it, if we miss the runway, we're supposed to climb to 5,000 feet, direct to Scabs, and hold. So Scabs is out here somewhere, I think. I don't see it out here. Scabs, where the heck is that one? Either way, that's the waypoint you have to go to. So that is what we're going to have to do here. When we get closer, they're going to tell us what runway to do, and we're going to dial that in and see what we get. And we're close. I'm going to speed up the simulator if I don't bust it. Oh my. Gotta be careful about speeding the simulator up. It does weird things. Do. Hope you're having a great day, and hope you're getting something from this. If you got something from this, please help me out. Please help me out. Please hit the like. You don't have to subscribe. But if this helped you out and you tuned in today and you got anything from this, it would help me out so much. I can't begin to tell you. So please do me a favor, like and subscribe. You don't even have to subscribe. Please like it. I really need all the help I can get with this channel. constructive criticism too. If you got anything, you know, if I didn't cover something, well, what's going on? We're at 2,500. No, we're still at 9,000. Oh, the ground is just really low here. Oh man, it's low here. Oh yeah. But it looks like it drops. That's just over that hill there. Pretty land, you know? Very, very nice. Doop, doop, doop. If there's anything that if you have any questions, if I didn't answer anything, please let me know. I'll do my best to answer any questions you have. If I can't, I will try to hunt down the information for you. We do this a lot. Like today's training, we do this a lot. You know, practice makes perfect. So if you like this and you didn't quite understand everything today, it's okay. I'm gonna do it again later tonight. We're gonna do another live stream just on this, and then tomorrow probably the same thing all day again tomorrow. Where's Paul? That reminds me. Where's my buddy Paul? He's supposed to be joining me on these, and we're supposed to be doing group flying while we're doing these. So if you'd like to join our group, please do. You can always add me in Microsoft Flight Simulator as a friend. I don't mind. I'd love to have you. Kinneas 2020. KINNEAS 2020. You can follow me on Twitter if you'd like, but you know how Twitter is. Things get really nasty over there, and it's really political at times. And, you know, I'd hate to lose you as a subscriber because of something stupid like politics. But if you are interested in following me on Twitter, it's just Kinneas, KINNEAS. If you'd like to know anything about me and my entire history on the internet, use my username as it appears on YouTube, like Kinneas, T. Tuthill, Tony Tuthill. And you can find anything. You can find everything on what I've been doing on the internet since like 1992. I should have a great trail. I've been busy. I've been very busy. And I'm really proud of all the things that I've done on the internet since 1992. I've been around the block, Jack. Come on, air traffic control. We're getting closer. It'll just be a few more minutes, and they'll be telling us what to do. Don't forget trying to work out this show with Zoltan to have him on live. And I have a couple other comedians that I'd like to get scheduled. And then maybe a real celebrity. Don't know yet.
126.85 Kinneas 112. Salt Lake Center Kinneas 112, 9,000 feet.
Almost. What else was there? Nothing, just the approach and the arrival. We're just waiting on air traffic control. Again, when you file your flight plan, you can pick your air. You can check the weather ahead by using METAR for the where you're going, and you can pick your runway on and file it. But again, the weather changes so fast that I find it's a little better to just learn how to work with air traffic control when you get there, and be able to, stay fresh, being able to run over to Skyvector and grab the charts you need and quickly scan the information you need for altitudes and approaches and waypoints, fixes, yada, yada, yada. Keeps you on your toes. If they eventually fix the flight stuff altogether, another thing that we practice is stringing flights together. Instead of going back to the main menu, once you land at an airport, open up Skyvector, create a flight plan, plug it into the MCDU, get approval, file it, and take off. So you can string flights together. But I don't know that it's counting everybody's hours properly if you do it that way. So once we get down on the ground, let me show you the quick way to just shut it down and get your hours logged. You can take the time to do the taxi when you're done, but a lot of people are kind of tired after, doing any sort of flight. And if you don't want to, once you've hit the runway, if you don't want to go through the taxi, just pull over, shut down the engines, turn off the batteries, and you're done. File it, get credit for it, and call it a day. Which is what I will do at the end of the live stream. I'm going to stick around for any questions for a little bit, but then end this one, take a short break, try to find Paul, and then pretty much start another one and do it all over again. Yeah, so when Paul's usually on, we just like, hey, let's pick a place. Let's start here, go here, pull up Skyvector, let's, and we just have fun as we go. Okay. It says maintain present heading and expect vectors visual runway 25 approach. So we come down to our computer. Click on our destination. Click on the arrival. What? There are no. Look at this. They don't have the runway information in here for the airport that we want. Okay, so we now know. Oh, you're not seeing that. Yeah, that's not working right. My automatic scene switcher is not working again. Okay. I'm in here. Let me go back. Here's my destination. Click on arrivals. I don't get any runway information for this airport, but I know that it has runways and we've been assigned runway 25. So, run to Skyvector, find runway 25 plate, pull it up, zoom into it. The point we need to come in on to get to the runway is one of these fixed points here. So Gebby. Once we hit Gebby, we need to turn to a core setting of 250 degrees to the runway. And we need to be at 4,800 feet by Gebby. Okay, so let me use our direct control. Direct 2. And was it GEBEY? So let's close this. come to direct to G E B E Y. Come on, it didn't take my G. Argue, come on. It's like lagging. Gebby. Plug that into my waypoints. Direct to. Okay. Now I'm going direct to Gebby, and that's 28.1 miles. Pull that up again. Alright, they want us at 4.6. Like what I said, they'll tell you, they'll usually talk you down. Okay, going to 4.6. Okay. All right. Okay. So when we get now they're vectoring me. I don't. So they're vectoring me to 345. So dial in 345, pull down, and do what they say. Turn to that, and this guy's telling me we're on final. I don't see it. Do I see it? I don't see the runway. Uh-uh. I still think I want to go back to Gibby. Yeah, we're away from it now. That would have been easier to get to. So let's put it back into. Well, I hate disobeying what they want me to do. They wanted me to follow this course heading. Turn left heading 345. I don't know what they want me to do. I'm gonna go ahead and turn back to Gibby. Oh, my lord. And sorry, have that in the wrong screen. And just double check. It was 250. I don't see where I'm at all. Okay, 14 miles to Gibby. Then we turn course heading 250. And we are currently heading 197. So it'll be over here. Alright, let's slow down some more. Should probably prep for landing, drop the gear, drop the flaps. Arm, speed brake, push down. Okay. 96, 95. We need some of those Bell and Howell HD blocker sunglasses, man. They need some sunglasses in the simulator. Microsoft, Asobo. It is entirely too hard to see anything. Entirely too hard to see anything. Four miles. 3.8. $250. Do. I don't see the thing. Is that it? That's it. There it is. Let's turn a little bit. Just wait until I see her emerge from behind that bar. I'm trying to get back over to 250. Oh, I missed it. That darn bar. You made me miss it. Overshot. Do. This course heading 250 again. That's pretty close. All right, close enough. I'm going to turn the autopilot off now. Try to line her up a little bit. Need to slow way down. Yikes. So they get... Ah! My lord. Short runway. This is where I crashed last time. My goodness. I'm gonna have to abort. Yeah. Not pretty. Yeah, it happens. You have to just abort, go back, try again. Put the gear back up. You know what I can do too is also go back to my autopilot. Once I get myself straightened out. You can do this too. Visually, you can follow it straight out again, or we can go back out to that waypoint that we were at. Gebby. Clear that. Should put that in again. Okay. Yikes. Easy plane. Easy. Okay. Re-engage autopilot. See, it'll take us back out to Gebby, and at Gebby we turn back around 250 again. Four. Oh, we're in heading mode. That doesn't help. There we go. Just trying to get there. Nine, 8. Do. Normally, you tell air traffic control that you missed your approach. Normally, that's done a lot earlier than now. Do. 6 miles. Yeah, GPS, these type of landings are not my favorite. I much prefer the instrument landing system. Yeah, usually prevents things like this happening. Not always, but I definitely appreciate the instrument landing system a lot more. All right, let's turn back to 250. .3 miles. 3.2. Okay, here we go again. Drop landing gear. I didn't raise the flaps. That's fine. What we didn't cover today, and I'm still learning and getting better and better, trying to get better at, is missed approaches and holds. Being able to go to your hold spot and do a proper hold. So maybe in another day. Some other time. Oh, I'm way off again. Where the heck is the runway? It's so hard for me to see this thing. Okay, it's straight ahead. No, I'm not. I'm looking at the wrong runway. Or am I? What am I looking at? I'm looking at the beacon, aren't I? I am. Disengage the autopilot. Take it over. Damn it, overshooting again. And too freaking fast. Ah, this airplane. Like a cow. And I'm way too high. Yeah, no bueno, no bueno. Really, really hard to see. Sometimes it's easier to see at night. You're not gonna like me very much for this. I want to end this live stream and put it down. I'm tired. I need a break. So I'm gonna just take any old runway at this point. Come down. Oh, you thing. Yikes. Uh-oh. I put up my... Ah! Well, I wanted it down. Okay, that was a lesson in don't deploy your ground spoilers too fast. I thought the ground spoilers, kicking them in right there, would help me get down to the ground faster, and it did. A lot. What a way to end pretty darn swell live stream. Let me change this last video tag to crash. How to crash badly. Mark that in my stream. Do. Ah, it's just awful. Awful. Anyway, that... I want it now. All right. In the next live stream, we will attempt to do a pretty landing. That's the worst landing I've had in... The worst set of landings I've had in 6 months. The worst. That's by far the worst landing I've had in 6 months. That was a really short runway, both times. And I just couldn't get it to come down there at that last. I was just overshooting it every time. Pain in the butt. I choked, I guess, you know. So we'll do it better on the next live stream. I'm going to try to find my buddy Paul. I'm going to try to get it going, and might be a little late now. 4 o'clock. If I don't start another live stream in the next hour, I'll immediately get it scheduled for like 8 p.m. tonight. And then we're going to do night flying hours anyway tonight. That's probably what I should just do. Stop this one and schedule the next one for 8 p.m. tonight. Okay. Please, I'm sorry about the crashing there at the end. I'll make it up to you on the next one. Please help me out. Please like. And if you want, subscribe. I really need the help. Thank you very much for your time, and I will see you at the next live stream.